Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Lord of love, mercy, and grace, every year in the middle of February, we remind ourselves of that strange phenomenon called love, and how everything we do should first show love for you, and at its center, and secondly, love for others. Help those, Lord, who are plagued by the lack of love and the tragedies that are occurring, and the most recent one here in Kansas City. We need your help in clearing up the confusion over what love is and how to do it. For if we ask 100 people to define it, we'll get 100 definitions. Back in 1955, Paul Webster tried to help us with the words to his song. He said, "Love is a many-splendored thing." His lyric continued with, "It's the April rose that only grows in the early spring, that it's nature's way of giving a reason to be living, that it's the golden crown that makes a man a king." Lord, we're pretty good at poetry and talking about love being multifaceted, and we've come to know that it is. But like a diamond takes in pure light and reflects it in a variety of brilliant hues, shine the pure light of your love into our hearts to such a degree that we reflect it in a variety of ways, so much so that those around us take note and say, "That's a man or woman who consistently demonstrates love." In 1 Corinthians chapter 13, the love chapter of your holy word, you tell us how love does and does not behave. Help us to regularly use that passage as a love test to examine ourselves. For you predicted in Matthew chapter 24, verse 12, that as we draw closer to the end times, due to lawlessness multiplying, the love of many will grow cold. So Lord, help us to start telling folk and showing folk that we love them. For the need to promote love for our neighbor is amplified more now than ever. I thank you for your love and for hearing this prayer. In Jesus' name, amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have several points of privilege this morning. First point of privilege goes to the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Guido. Would you like me to put another privilege in front of you? So we'll move to point of privilege. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to welcome two guests to the Senate chamber today, Don Wamther from Olathe and Roberta Ranking. I know her as Roberta Griffin from Smith Center. We all went to high school together, so give them a warm Senate welcome. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a little unscripted for me. I often use humor in my words and get along with all my colleagues here. Today I'm talking about something rather serious to me. There I was yesterday. I had the privilege of going down to honor the Kansas City Chiefs at that parade. It was a time of celebration and victory, a time of happiness and joy, and people coming together across parties, across states, across the country on our behalf. When tragedy unfolded right in front of my eyes, I was from here to the stage, right over here, probably just about 50 yards from me. We heard some noise, and some of my colleagues were here as well, experiencing the exact same thing I went through. But as they come down off of the stage, you had a rush of police officers. Chaos ensued. The officers pushed me and my wife into the Union Station as they dealt with the situation off to my left. And as we sat there, there were obviously tears in many children's eyes and sheer terror as an active shooter situation occurred. We all heard the news. About 22 folks were shot yesterday in Kansas City at this event, with one unfortunate death, and about 11 of those being children. And I'm not here to talk about the causes. I'm not here to talk about what we need to do or solutions. That's not what I'm here today. It's a point of privilege, and I'm respecting that. What I am here to do is to thank the many officers that were there. Nearly 800 officers were deployed, and there were nearly 1 million people there. And they came in fast, they came in hard, without fear, trying to address the situation as it unfolded. And I tell you, to see them rush in, not knowing where these bullets were going to fly, 22 people shot, that's a lot of bullets flying around. They came in with a passion. And I've got to thank them for their efforts to control and contain that situation. I got to thank the first responders who helped save the lives of many folks and brought them to the numerous hospitals. And since this is a point of personal privilege, I've got to thank people like my wife who found the kid next to us who was crying unconsolably, separated from his parents, and got him to remember, oddly enough in this day and age, the phone number of his parents so that we could text them and call them to get them reunited, only to have another surge into the Union Station of officers. As that happens, she gets separated and dragged down into a concrete bunker 2 floors down below, and I get pushed into another room. And she stayed solid with that kid and made sure he got, just like so many other parents and citizens out there yesterday. So I commend those who stepped up on behalf of their fellow citizens, and I condemn the perpetrator. And I just got to say thank you for giving me this time, and thank you to all those first responders. It was a tragedy. It shouldn't have happened here, and I just thank those that responded. Thank you, Mr. President.
Actually, might be appropriate to take just a moment of silence in honor of the one that lost their life and the victims, so if you would. Hearts and prayers go out to them. Please note references to bills on page 1 through 3 of the calendar. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution Number 1739 by Senators Faust, Goudeau, and Haley, a resolution recognizing the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. for their outstanding service to the citizens of our state, our nation, and the international community, and their promotion of sisterhood, scholarship, and service.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust Goudeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the reader would read, please.
Whereas, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. is a private, not-for-profit organization whose purpose is to provide assistance and support to local communities throughout the world in diverse fields relating to public service through the organization's established five-point programmatic thrust: economic development, educational development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, and political awareness and involvement. And whereas, on January 13th, 1913, the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. was founded at Howard University in the District of Columbia by Ocelia McCarthy Adams, Marguerite Young Alexander, Winoa Cargyle Alexander, Ethel Cuff Black, Bertha Pitts Campbell, Zephyr Chisholm Carter, Edna Brown Coleman, Jessie McGuire Dent, Frederica Chase Dodd, Myra Davis Hemmings, Olive C. Jones, Mamie Reddy Rose, Eliza Pearl Shippen, Florence Letcher Toms, Ethel Carr Watson, Wordy Blackwell Weaver, Madre Penn White, and Edith Mott Young. And whereas, in March 1913, the founders of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. participated in the Women's Suffrage March in the District of Columbia, which was the sorority's first public act. And whereas, since its founding, more than 300,000 women have joined the organization. And whereas, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. has 8 chapters in Kansas and a total of 1,000 collegiate and alumni chapters in the United States, Canada, Japan, Germany, the Virgin Islands, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, West Africa, and the Republic of Korea. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we recognize the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. for their outstanding service to the citizens of our state, our nation, and the international community, and for their promotion of sisterhood, scholarship, and service.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust Goudeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, it's my honor to acknowledge Delta Sigma Theta sorority sisters here in the state capitol. Mr. President, I'm going to yield to the senator from Wyandotte.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Mr. President, I thank you, and I thank the gentle lady from Sedgwick, Senator Faust Goudeau, in allowing a brief moment for me to add to what an honor it is for me to be personally elevated, to have had the resolution 1739 read and to be considered by this body for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. These ladies that are here with us, some of whom are with us here today from our state and are representative of so many throughout the state, and indeed not only the country, but as we have heard from the reading, Mr. President, the world. And their call for public service, their commitment to scholastic aptitude, and the preservation of those values in our society for physical, mental health, involvement, and awareness, public awareness, is almost without equal. And so, Mr. President, again, Senator Faust Goudeau, who, by the way, I should publicly thank for working so diligently, she and her office, to bring this day today and to bring these ladies who represent the pillars, frankly, of our communities, within our communities, certainly in Kansas and nationally and abroad, to be here today and to allow us a moment to thank them for their public service, again, their scholastic aptitude, and the honor that they bring through them. I will not give their call, because I've been told I can't. I do know their call, but they've all admonished me, don't give their call or throw up their signal. I know their signal. I know it, because as has been said before, my mother, the late Doris Haley, my sister, Ann Haley in Los Angeles, indeed my former wife, Dr. Michelle Haley, and others who have been a part of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority family are enshrined in David Haley and are very much a part of who I am today and the community that I serve. I didn't mean to go on so long, Mr. President, but my heart is full, and I've been told that by Senator Falscadeau that I should yield to the gentleman from Leavenworth at this particular time, if I might, Senator Pittman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you for the second time at the mic. I just want to welcome, there's a large contingent from my Leavenworth district. The Deltas have always been a key part of our community, whether it's from celebrating Black History Month like we did a couple of weeks ago and bringing together the different groups advocating for African Americans in our community. They're the very fabric of pieces of the fabric of our community, or whether it's doing the civil engagement that they do that is so great, especially when we think about one of their initiatives, which was to raise donations and things for specific needs for those that are in need, specifically around feminine hygiene products, recognizing the need that so many don't see. They saw it and they address it, and I love that. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back to Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I apologize, I neglected to have the Senator from Leavenworth's name added to the resolution. If Corey could create one and add his name, I'd appreciate it. Mr. President, as you saw, the ladies in red, the Deltas, are a big deal here at the state capitol. Even our own chaplain, Washington, was there taking a picture of you ladies, and even in the gallery as well. Mr. President, there were actually 31 of the ladies that were here earlier. Maybe next year we'll come closer to this time and really plan it where everybody gets the bang for their buck. Mr. President, you'll see that they are not just, originally I started with Miss Trudy Baker bringing Deltas in from Wichita, Kansas. They were friends of former President Senator Susan Wago and Senator Carolyn McGinn and others. And then it became statewide. So these ladies are here today from across the state of Kansas. And then we have over in the resolution, 1,000 alumni chapters throughout the United States of America, even in Japan. Is that correct? Oh, wow, that's awesome. But, Mr. President, I am honored to acknowledge the ladies, the Deltas here today, particularly because of the work that they do in the community. They fill in the gap of helping those in need, as Senator Pittman said, in need of groceries, in need of children taken to school. They help the young people to become better citizens here in the state of Kansas. And so it is just an honor to have you ladies here today. And no matter what, you know, we find a way to get things done. And so in your prospective fields that you serve in, Dr. Christina Love and others, I just applaud you and appreciate you. Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge their chapter leaders here by name. Mr. President, we need a larger VIP section in the future. So the overflow of ladies, unfortunately, I won't mention your names, but I want people to acknowledge your presence here today in the Senate chamber in the gallery. And then since a lot of women couldn't go up the stairs they're the overflow, but I'll name 6, Mr. President. Please, or next time we'll get some red velvet chairs. How about that? Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge the sitting close to you. You always know that person sitting in that chair there is very important. Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Christina Love, the Kansas State Coordinator. Would you stand, please? And then, of course, my dear friend, my dear mentor, my dear she lives in my district. She's been a mentor for years and voter empowerment, and she's with the Wichita Black Nurses Association. Just honored because she was my first Delta person I encountered. So it is my honor to acknowledge Miss Trudy Baker, member of the Wichita Alumni Chapter. And then we have also Lolita Law, first Vice President, Leavenworth Alumni Chapter. If you'd stand, please. Oh, hi there. And then Anna M. Gregory, Chapter President, Gary Rowley, Saline Alumni Chapter. Could I, okay, is that Junction City? Oh, okay, we know that name, don't we? And then we have Erica Willis, Chapter President, Kansas City Alumni Chapter. And then we have Valerie Patterson, Chapter President, Topeka Alumni Chapter. And then we have other names, Alice, Gary Johnson, Daphne, Maxwell, Shay Williams, Tammy Farr Smith, Letitia Martin, and Larita Miss Law, and the other ladies there. Mr. President and others, if you'd give them a round of applause, I'd appreciate it. And Mr. President, with that, I move that an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and Senate Resolution 1739 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Welcome to the Kansas Senate. We're honored to have you. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for those that are interested in the human services subcommittees that are going on, they need to listen very carefully. So human services, which includes KDADS and healthcare stabilization subcommittee, those deliberations that were scheduled for today at 3:30 will be postponed. But the budget hearings for KDHE Health will continue at 3:15, and then we will be meeting in the same room, which is 348 South. 3:15, continuation of KDHE subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to just quickly announce my pages. First page is, they don't mind standing. Paige Brand, who's a freshman at Andell High School, which some of you might know, had the longest winning streak in America until this year for football, 4 years undefeated. And her brother, Evan, who attends, Evan Brand, who attends St. Mark's Elementary in Renwick School District, back in my community. So glad to have him here.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to introduce my 3 pages today. They are from the Auburn-Washburn School District. They attend J. Scheidler and Auburn Elementary. I have Doak Parker, Corinne Parker, they're related, and Callan Schoenfeld. Thank you so much.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to direct your attention to the flyer that's on your desk about the Early Learning Caucus. It is going to be on Monday, February the 19th in room 142 South at noon. It's a lunch. The lunch will be provided. Please RSVP to my office if you are attending. With this is a meeting in conjunction with Johnson County delegation. So but all are invited. And as you know, so it's briefing on early childhood funding in Kansas. Melissa Rooker from the Children's Cabinet will be providing that. So it's a great way to see what are all those funds that are coming into your community and how does it differentiate across the state. Thank you.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to let everybody know the Flint Hills Caucus is having a luncheon on Tuesday, noon to 1 o'clock, with a presentation on out-migration. If you're interested in attending, please RSVP to Katha Hurt. We would love to see you there. Thank you.
Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have pages today. So I have Norman Jorgensen and Kaylee Songer from Marshall County from Marysville. Thanks for joining us.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Due to unavoidable absences, Public Health will not be meeting tomorrow. So committee members, please keep an eye on your calendar for Monday in case we need to add another hour to finish our work. We will meet briefly at the rail after our the gavel today.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't aware that 2 constituents would be here today, so was surprised to see them outside one of our committee meeting rooms. Would like to just give a quick shout out to Kay Shirley and Mike Perry, who are in the gallery up there. So thank you guys for watching and coming to the Capitol today. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appear to have multiple monitors around the chamber and on different floors even. I said 348 meant 548. It's the Ways and Means room. So.
I also have an announcement. I have a page today. Lincoln, would you stand up? Lincoln Robinson from Derby, Kansas, wonderful young man. So please welcome him. Seeing no further announcements, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans will caucus upon recess in the room 546, not our regular room, 546. So we'll move our caucus to 546, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus upon recess in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. To order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Chair appoints the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The Senate, having resolved itself to the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 360. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 360 addresses a change that would allow individuals that are making contributions to 529 program accounts to really have the deposits that they make line up with what occurs with other accounts, such as a Roth IRA. So if an individual wanted to make today a donation, a contribution into a 529 account, they could choose to have that count toward the taxes for this last year, or they could hold off and have that when they submit their taxes this next year. The 529 ABLE account is something that we have had into law for many years now, for almost 10 years now. We have 1,800 current participants in that. Our 529 account actually has more than 78,000 accounts, and there is over 1.5 billion put into the 529 accounts. The other component of this, of Senate Bill 360, is the formation of the advisory, the 529 Program Advisory Committee. This committee will have 6 members. They will be appointed by the state treasurer, and there will be no costs associated with their travel or any type of compensation for them participating as members of the advisory committee. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions at this time.
Are there questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. Again, I took the time to read through this bill and believe the wording that's being proposed makes a lot of sense. But I would hope that we would all take on the challenge of trying to identify places that are in our bills that may not be, continue to be appropriate. So it stood out to me that on page 11, lines 4 through 6, for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2013, and ending before January 1st, 2017, the net gain from the sale of Christmas trees grown in Kansas and held by the taxpayer for 6 years or more. So I hope that, I don't have an amendment right now. It may not be appropriate because I would certainly want to hear from the Department of Revenue if they want to go back and make any challenges. But we could at least try to order things so we were helping someone who's looking this and reading it as a taxpayer understand which provisions still apply and which provisions are quote unquote out of date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there further questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, but I do rise in strong support of the bill. I brought the bill to Senate Education Committee after working with the state treasurer, as well as the executive director of the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. And the ABLE Act, it stands for, it's a great acronym, really, ABLE means Achieving a Better Life Experience. And what could say it better than that, quite frankly, for our Kansans with disabilities? So the bill helps, the ABLE Act helps Kansans with disabilities kind of have a level playing field to save their own resources to help achieve that better life experience. The Senate district I represent, I think, has the highest number of employed Kansans with disabilities, so it's a bill that's very important to my district, but will help Kansans across the state. So I'm glad we're making it easier for families to be aware of this act, and want to commend the state treasurer for bringing this to the legislature, as well as the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. It also impacts 529 accounts, which I think there are a significant number of families in my district as well who employ that tool. And this, again, will help our families and our kids help with their education expenses. And then finally, for first-time home buyers, it helps with those who are saving for first-time home buying in Kansas. So I think it's a win-win-win situation with a simple change in how you can report your contributions to those 3 accounts. So I very much thank the chair of the Education Committee for hearing the bill and for working it, and for the members of the Senate Education Committee for advancing it here to the Senate floor where we are now debating it. So I stand and rise in strong support. Thank you very much.
Further questions for the senator from Miami? The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank the chairman of Education for bringing this bill. I know she worked diligently on the original bill. Her and myself put in many hours, but she was a leader on this effort and always has been, so it's very much appreciated. But I would also like to thank the reviser and the good senator carrying the bill for catching the word dispersed versus disbursed that was in the language. Those little details make a difference. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions? The senator recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of this bill. Having helped pioneer HSAs with President Bush, we made sure that it followed the guidelines of the IRAs, which would allow you to not only make a deposit into your IRA up until the end of the year, but also until you filed your taxes the following year, so April 15th. This allows those who are contributing to either of those funds to do the same. So I rise in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there further questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator Baumgartner, you may close.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to start off by saying that I've had the privilege to have what I consider to be the best reviser, Reviser Tamara Lawrence, who's actually right behind me, but she's been my reviser all of the years that I've been chair of education, and she is fabulous. That being said, I would like to make just a few comments with regard to the bill, Senate Bill 360. It has been an important game changer for families with children and young adults that have disabilities, particularly IDD disabilities. And it's something that I know that throughout the state, there is going to be a tour going around to help additional families sign up for the program. One thing that wasn't mentioned, but I did want to share, that also included in this legislation and the date change is the information for first-time home buyer. The program that is available this last year, the Department of Revenue had a total of 169 filers with a fiscal impact of $635,583. So I do urge, Mr. Chair, I urge and I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 360 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 142. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 142, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 142 simply puts into statute that you need to pull over when you're passing a vehicle with flashing lights. Same thing we do for our trash trucks, our utility trucks, just provides this safety measure to everyone. Fine for failing to do so if you're not able to move over or slow down would be $75, and it's not a moving violation. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got an amendment. It's 3156.
So apparently the amendment has been turned in. You have given us the number. We shall wait a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, do you wish to explain the amendment or have it read?
I do. Last year, we passed the bill dealing with unmanned vehicles driving up and down the road, semis. And what this amendment would do, it would do away with that. It would put back where you have to have a driver of these semis. And I just feel like, I know everybody wants to move into the future. I just don't think, I don't know, I don't think this technology's there. The other day, overseas, one of our military bases, there was a drone that got in and killed a bunch of people. We had drones going out and they were coming back. The military's got some of the best technologies, and one slipped in that wasn't ours, I believe, and killed a lot of people. I just don't believe this technology's there. And I think, in my mind, this will be dangerous on the roads. I believe it won't make it safe. Another thing, we're always trying to grow jobs in this state. We're gonna lose a lot of jobs in this state of people driving over the road hauling freight. And so I just think this is an opportunity to run this amendment. I think it'd be good to reverse the policy we passed last year. I don't think it's good for Kansans, the average day Kansan. I don't think wants a semi running up and down the road hauling heavy freight with nobody in there. Who's going to be liable? Someone back in Arizona, or, we won't really know who's really running that rig. At least when you have a driver in there, there's somebody liable for what they do. And so, in my mind, I introduced this amendment, and I think we made a bad choice last year when we shifted to these manless semis running up and down our road. Going to be in the future. We got an opportunity to stop this before it starts, and so I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator Peterson, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Yes, we passed the autonomous driverless vehicle bill last year. We put in measures for the insurance and things. So I'm not standing in support of it.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Chairman of Transportation just mentioned the autonomous vehicles, and I just had a couple questions if he would stand for them.
You're asking for the carrier of the amendment or the carrier of
so I can better
original
understand the
measure?
amendment, I need to have a couple questions on the language that was passed a year or so ago.
Senator from Sedgwick, are you willing to stand for questions for the Senator from Brown?
I'm willing to stand. Don't know if I can answer.
Okay, Senator Brown, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle, you may ask your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question goes to the autonomous, technology. When the bill was passed, I think it was last year or the year before even. I think it was actually 2 years ago. And that technology, can he tell me who is doing that technology, what company is doing that, and where it's being practiced in Kansas?
Senator Peterson?
I don't believe it's being practiced in Kansas because the committee that is to review that policy has not met. However, they are using it in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and I believe now the I-40 corridor from California to Texas is autonomous.
Senator Powell?
And the follow-up, does he know what company's developing this technology?
Senator Peterson?
There are multiple companies.
Senator Pyle?
I'd like to know some of the names if he could, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Peterson?
I don't recall the names of the companies that are doing it.
Senator Pyle?
Okay. Can see we aren't going to chase that rabbit down the trail. So, well, I'm going to rise in support of the amendment because, well, I have another question, I guess. What was the weight limits that were finally agreed to in the original bill that passed, Mr. Chairman?
So the question's for the carrier of the original measure?
Yes, the bill.
Senator Peterson?
Yes, please.
I believe it was 26,000 pounds gross.
Senator Pyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there was a lot in that I know at the time I didn't support. And I like this amendment. I would call this, if I were carrying this amendment, I'd call this the Jobs for Kansas Amendment. Putting drivers behind and making sure that drivers are going to be in these driverless autonomous vehicles that are going to have protections and safety in place because you've got somebody driving with that kind of weight and you're hauling that much weight. Having a driver in there is the best safety measure we can apply for our Kansas citizens should we see these autonomous vehicles in our state. So I rise in support, and I thank him for attempting to answer some of the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, are you wishing to respond?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in on a couple. I think them were some good comments, and I just want to, not having someone in a truck. I mean, sometimes they get hit too, but how are you going to deal with someone when there's nobody in that truck, when there's an accident, and they're in another state or some cubicle, who knows where? I mean, how is the state troopers or our local law enforcement going to interact with them people to resolve that? And so I think the senator makes a lot of great points. I think this is a jobs bill. We talk about we're losing jobs all the time. I think you're talking tens of thousands of jobs in Kansas that are moving freight around, and I'd hate to lose them jobs. I think Senator Holland has a question. I'll let him go ahead and ask one.
Questions on the amendments? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions at all. I just rise in strong support of this amendment. And I appreciate the comments from Senator Brown as well as the senator from Johnson bringing this up. And yes, make no mistake, there are huge safety issues. But the real issue here is the economy and the loss in Kansas itself of thousands, literally thousands of long-haul driver jobs and what this means. Make no mistake about it. When you go down I-70, when you go down I-35, okay, you see those pilots, those love truck stops, Mr. Chairman, okay, you have guys and gals working, all right, 80 hours a week, they're on the road all the time, okay, they're trying to make a living. And in this day and age of disruptive technology, it's really easy for the corporations to say, isn't this great? We can save some more money off the bottom line. And then we got hard-working men and women not only across this state, but across this country. What do those folks do? It's not like they can go out and retool easily overnight. I think when we make decisions about technology, I think we need to look at everybody in the supply chain, not just how it helps the Amazons or the Walmarts of the world, but basically how it helps Joe and Jane Kansan. So I appreciate the senator bringing this amendment. It's a start to addressing, I think, a bigger issue, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, you wish to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to remind everybody, it's 26,000 pounds. That's a box truck. It's not the semis. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendments? For the second time, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Yeah, we're on GO. I don't think you have to count. Anyway, 26,000 pounds, Mr. Chairman. I did the math. That's 464 bushel of corn. I don't know how many people in this chamber have ever driven a truckload of corn, a straight truckload of corn. But I know there's been accidents with trucks where the bed, because they hit their brakes so hard, the bed shifted, and there's shifting of the load that you can deal with all kinds of issues with that kind of weight limit. And I think this amendment would put some restrictions in place so that there's a driver in that truck. Can you imagine someone hauling a load of corn, 464 bushel of corn, down the road with no driver? With a remote operator somewhere in the sky? This amendment is necessary. And we need to put this amendment on. To vote against this amendment is a vote against the well-being and safety of people on our roads. Whether you're in a small town, whether you're in Topeka, this remote technology is going to allow somebody to drive a load of corn without a driver in the truck. 464 bushel of corn, 26,000 pounds. That's a lot of weight. And there's a lot can go wrong, Mr. Chairman. So just to remind the body how much weight that is. That's a lot. And there needs to be a driver in that vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would be the gross vehicle weight. So you'd have to deduct the amount of corn for the weight of the vehicle, the engine, the frame, and the carrying. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another thing to think about, Senator from Senator Holland made a really good point. We've got all these fuel stations up and down the road. I don't know how that unmanned vehicle is going to be able to buy fuel in Kansas and operate. I guess it buys it at its home base, and someone's putting it in there, and then it's running up and down our highways. Probably not going to receive a lot of fuel tax to repair them highways on. I mean, I guess the turnpike, now we're going payless. They'll just, they'll have some device in there, but, you've got a whole bunch of problems. Probably the biggest problem is when there's an accident, and there's no way they can say it for 100% that there will not be an accident. There's just no way. There's going to be a percentage of accidents by these rigs, and how's that going to work when law enforcement comes out? And so I'll just stand if there's more questions or when you're ready for a motion.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Olson, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move my amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call vote is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Any member wish to explain their vote? Any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Eighteen having voted in favor and 21 against, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator Peterson, you may close on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rise and report Senate Bill 142 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are waiting on an amendment for Senate Bill 414, so we shall temporarily pass over Senate Bill 414 and move to Senate Bill 419 for the purposes of carrying the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senate Bill 419 continues this body's work on fighting the fentanyl crisis. And what the Senate bill does is it creates the crime of aggravated child endangerment when you've got a child in the presence of fentanyl-related controlled substances when they're being distributed, when you're possessing them with the intent to distribute them, or you're manufacturing them or attempting to manufacture them. We've seen kind of in the same arena with methamphetamine. We have similar laws, and we are now updating that for fentanyl-related controlled substances. It would also create the crime if you are storing drug paraphernalia or toxic materials, compounds, or mixtures for the purpose of manufacturing or attempting to manufacture any fentanyl-related controlled substance. It would be aggravated endangering a child. It would be a severity level 6 person felony when bodily harm is inflicted upon the child. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will also say that clearly this bill supported by law enforcement in their continuing efforts to fight the fentanyl crisis. And I'll stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator Warren, you may move your close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think the body recognizes the importance of the tools that the state of Kansas and our law enforcement need to help fight the fentanyl crisis. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 419 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 410. For the purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to adopt the... I don't see... Since the carrier of the measure is not in the room at the time, we shall temporarily pass over Senate Bill 410. We shall now direct our attention to Senate Bill 394 for the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 394. The chair recognizes a senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of children, we have a lot of bills dealing with children today, and I was admiring our friend here, our Senate baby, I suppose. So our friend here, who's about 2.5 now, I think. But Senate Bill 394 is another bill that deals with protecting children in Kansas, and this one particularly protecting children online. We hear more and more families are having difficulty with the pervasiveness of online access, and particularly to online access for kids that's available now for pornography websites. So the bill would create a new section to be placed most likely in the Kansas Consumer Protection Act, and it's pretty straightforward. And what it would do is it would help advance the compelling state interest to protect kids from online pornography. We've heard a lot about the harm that viewing and getting addicted to pornography can cause to kids. We hear that kids, teenagers often view it even accidentally, and we want to help with that issue. So any commercial entity that knowingly shares or distributes material harmful to minors on their website that has at least 25% of website views of pornographic content defined as harmful to minors material would be subject to the law should this bill become law. And what they have to do is they have to verify that if you're trying to access their website, you have to verify you're 18 years of age or older. And it would use commercially available databases and regularly used by businesses or governmental entities. And any person who was able to access the website, who wasn't of legal age, who was under 18 years of age, may report the violation to the Attorney General, who shall investigate, and then may take action to enjoin the website from further operations, may also seek a civil penalty from $500 to $10,000. If you're the parent of the minor child who gets access to the website, then you can also bring a private cause of action against the website, and you can seek actual damages from the website, statutory damages, and also ask that the website pay your reasonable attorney's fees and costs for bringing the suit. It doesn't impact internet service providers. They are specifically exempted, and it does not include in the definition of hosting the website, does not include internet service providers. And the website, if you are legally able to access the website because you're 18 or over, the age identifying technology is not permitted to retain your personally identifying information. So you will, as an adult, be able to, once you verified you're an adult, you will not be giving up your identifying information to the website. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? The chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of questions about this bill. If the carrier of the bill could define to me, we talk about harmful to minors. What is the, I guess I'm just curious, what is the standard of that when we'd say harmful to minors?
So you do have a question.
I have many questions. I'm sorry. I have many questions, Mr. Chairman. May I approach the
All right, she's
chair?
standing. Okay.
Okay,
I will
thank
recognize the chair. I understood you to say you didn't have a question.
No, I do have questions.
I apologize. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, fortunately, the bill does define what harmful to minors means. And you'll see it there on page 2 of the bill at line 32. It means the same definition as we currently have in statute in law at chapter 21 section 6402. And I can read that out loud if that would be helpful, but it's defined in statute currently.
Senator Holland.
Thank you. And just so to drill down on that, just start with that area. So say if I am a parent and I come across a website that has Sports Illustrated and they're doing their annual swimsuit edition, would that qualify as basically being harmful to minors? I mean, could you not make the argument that that is sexually titillating, whatever the word is used in the bill?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You would have to look at the definition in current statute in KSA 21-6402, and that would be for the Attorney General to determine, or then if you're seeking an action in court, it actually would not be the Attorney General, it would be a court of law to determine, does that content fall within the definition of harmful to minors in KSA 21-6402.
Senator Holland.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm asking for the carrier of the bill. What is the carrier of the bill's specific opinion? Because saying any person, it sounds like any rational person. So I'm just curious, under her definition of the statutes, would an example of that website, would that qualify as being harmful to minors?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is narrowly tailored so that it doesn't run afoul of First Amendment concerns that we would, as a state, be prohibiting and stepping on First Amendment rights. So we're talking about clearly or defined harmful to minor material in 21-6402. I am not a court of law, so I'm a legislator, and so I would not be making the determination, nor would any of us here, about whether the particular material viewed on the website is falling within or not the definition of harmful to minors.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I won't belabor that point of questioning longer. So my concern with this is that I think as Chair, what was it, former Supreme Court Marshal Thurgood Marshall said something to the fact that, I can't define, and I'm paraphrasing here, Mr. Chairman, but something to the effect that, I really can't define pornography, but I know when I see it. And so I'm curious that, like, when we talk about, I'm assuming, like, this talks about materials being on a website, so I would assume, Mr. Chairman, we're talking things maybe like classic works of art going back to the Renaissance. I mean, if you have, say, a full frontal nude of a woman, okay, could in essence a normal person take objection to that and say, that could sexually arouse, my teenage son? And I can tell you, when I was a teenager, yeah, that might have got me excited. I don't know. But, that'd be my first question. I guess my other question, or just a point I like to make on the materials, is that I assume when it talks about books and other things on that webpage, I assume it's talking about print. So now are we talking about things like Lady Chatterley's Lover, Catcher in the Rye? I mean, we're talking about classic works of literature. In essence, Mr. Chairman, could a rational human being basically say, boy, I'm really concerned about that exciting my teenage son or daughter, and I just don't think that's appropriate. This would be, I guess, the first concern I have about this bill is I'm not getting any comfort level from the carrier of the bill that she wants to start weighing on the definitions. And so I'm curious about, how our Attorney General is going to sort through all the potential complaints coming in. I'd like to move on to some other aspects of this bill, though, Mr. Chairman. I'm just kind of curious, when we talk about I'm just curious, has any other states actually implemented this legislation? Or is this kind of like, are we like the guinea pig? Are we on the knife's edge? What, if the Carrie could elaborate, Mr. Chairman?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are not the first state to consider this legislation. I think we are about the 8th or 9th state to do so. And just to answer the other questions, if I may, Mr. Chair, since it's been brought up, let me just read to the body and the audience the harmful to minors definition. It has been state statute since 2010, so it's nothing new to our prosecutors, it's nothing new to our courts, and let me read it for you. Harmful to minors means that quality of any description, exhibition, presentation, or representation in whatever form of nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, or sadomasochistic abuse when the material or performance taken as a whole or with respect to a prosecution for an act described earlier in the section, that portion of the material that was actually exposed to the view of minors has the following characteristics. And one of the following characteristics is that the average adult person applying contemporary community standards would find that the material or performance has a predominant tendency to appeal to a prurient interest in sex to minors. And there's the average adult person applying contemporary community standards would find that the material or performance depicts or describes nudity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, or sadomasochistic abuse in a manner that is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community with respect to what is suitable for minors. So we've got a definition of sadomasochistic abuse here that I'm not going to read. We have definition of sexual conduct that I'm not going to read, and sexual excitement as well. So it's clearly defined. I also do believe that there is an artistic exemption that a court of law, a jury of one's peers could take a look at as well. And so having revisited that question, I need the good senator to repeat the second question that he had, please.
Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, and the carrier did answer my second question. More to come, but my second question was how many of those states have implemented it? I think she said 8 states have. I don't know if she said they implemented, but she said they took a try at this. So if she has any more information about how many actually have implemented this, that'd be good to know.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. There are other states that have passed age verification laws for pornographic websites. Texas, Utah, Louisiana, Arkansas, Montana, Mississippi, and Virginia.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's move on to the bill now. Let's talk about basically commercially reasonable method of age verification. So will there be like some sort of registry that the AG, if this bill were to pass, that the AG would basically proactively have to set up as far as, okay, here in the state of Kansas, if you look at somebody's potentially pornographic, exciting, whatever website, the AG would first have to specifically outline what those appropriate methods of commercially reasonable age verification would do.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commercially reasonable method of age verification is also defined in the bill, and it means any method expressly approved by the Attorney General or any method that is certified in documented international standards for age verification as specified by the Attorney General. So we have commercially reasonable method of age verification already in use in the state of Kansas. We have online gaming that I think this body enacted either last session or the session before, where we have age verification requirements before you can do online gaming. And so that could be a system that could be used for this purpose as well.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I was kind of curious here as we go down this line of discussion. Is the AG going to be explicitly saying, okay, to view these types of websites, I am basically decreeing that you have to provide your social security number? Is there any sort of other PII information that the AG could explicitly specify? Or is the AG just saying, hey, whatever is out there being offered through a commercial third-party vendor, rock and roll?
Senator Warren.
So the good thing is any identifying information that's going to be provided to a pornography website could not be retained by the website and cannot be retained by the age verifying third party either. So none of this is going to be retained if you are granted access to the website. None of that is going to be retained by either the website or the age verifying method of age verification.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and she just raised another question for me. I guess I don't understand that, because if it says refers to basically commercially available databases by businesses or government entities for the purpose of age and identity verification. I mean, that's personally identifiable information. So that is information out there already coded to that potential user. That information is not going away. I don't understand her comment with respect that the third party would not be retaining that information. If she could clarify, please, on the actual validation process of the age.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if the information is already out there, this bill isn't creating any new ability to retain the information, because the bill specifically says that for this purpose, if you're trying to access a pornography website, the pornography website is not going to retain your identifying information. So
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holland.
I guess where I'm going with this, getting into the nuance here, but I have a little bit of an IT background. The way this will work is basically somebody would hit a website, and then the website, the pornographic website would have an API, I assume, that they would basically have commercial transact with. They would basically pay a fee or some sort of a per transaction basis then to basically go to the third-party commercial website. So yes, in essence, technically the pornographic website would not be retaining obviously any of the user's information, but make no mistake, you've got transactions being sent to and from that third party, and that data is going to be out there. And so I don't have a clear comfort level as far as what happens to those requests from the pornographic websites to the third-party commercial verifiers. What happens to that? So that, if she has any more information on that, that'd be great. So if she could respond to that, and then I have some more related to that.
Senator Warren, apologize. Senator
Thank
Warren.
you, Mr. Chair. I can respond to that. So the bill also provides a commercial entity or third party that performs the required age verification shall not retain any identifying information of the individual.
Senator Holland.
Okay, so I think she's telling me that the request transactions coming in or out, those would not be retained. I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, would the AG ever have the ability to basically investigate basically some of the transactions potentially that would be sent to these third-party commercial age verifiers?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill provides that only any person who is able to access a website without verifying such person's age in violation may report such a violation. So it's only going to be if you were able to access the website without having to go through the age verification process. So if you have to go through the age verification process to access the pornography website, there is no violation to report.
Senator Holland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then going, I guess, continue on some of the other things here. Did the discussion of the Interstate Commerce Commission ever came up? I mean, what have other states done as far as when you talk about these types of sites? I mean, is this just explicitly for Kansas websites, Kansas-based, where the server's domiciled? I mean, where is this at? Is it worldwide, across the country? I'm just curious. And was there any discussion as far as potential ICC issues with this?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't find where in the bill at the moment, but you have to be in Kansas for this to apply.
Senator Holland.
Right, so the users have to be in Kansas, but basically the websites could be anywhere, right?
Senator Warren.
Yes, and under constitutional jurisdiction law, that if you are putting a website, if you're putting a pornographic website into the state of Kansas, where people in Kansas have the ability to view it, you are deemed to have enough minimal contacts with the state of Kansas to be subject to the jurisdiction of our laws here in Kansas.
Senator Holland.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess there was just a couple other questions I had. Tell you what, I would like to, if appropriate, Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of questions I want to ask, but I'll quit hogging the floor. If I could defer to the senator from Riley. I think she has some follow-ups.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few concerns and questions as well. I think on page 3 for interactive computer services, in that last line, line number 10, it says, such systems operated for or services offered by libraries or educational institutions. So my question is, most of the educational institutions I know of, at least K-12, because we're talking about minors here, usually have some kind of a firewall, so you can't access some of these sites. Same is true for libraries. My question is, was there an issue that we had to include libraries and educational institutions for age verification when there's already a firewall in place in most of those institutions?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what the bill does is it wants to put these pornography websites on notice that if you're going to put pornographic content on your website, you need to age verify. So the purpose of the bill is to make the pornography website liable for not having age verification procedures on their website. So the interactive computer service that is being asked about is specifically excluded from liability. It's again because we want to put these pornography websites who are going to send material to Kansas, we want to make sure that they can't send that material to Kansas children. So the onus is on the website, not the internet service provider or on the interactive computer service that may be offered by libraries or educational institutions.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have, so in the age of data breaches and also hacking and fake IDs, my concern is a minor can have access to a variety of licenses, driver's licenses within their home or their friends if they're 18 and over, and I'm assuming a minor in this case means 18 and under. They have access to a variety of IDs. How would you know the difference between if it's a fake ID when you're using it on internet to age verify? How does one assess that?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very powerful tool to put pornography websites on notice that they have to age verify. Now, I don't have at my fingertips here the ins and outs of the technology of age verification, but no system is perfect. But we have heard from Kansas parents, from Kansas families, that they need some tools to help stop with the easy access of children to pornographic websites. And this is a tool that can help with that. So I can find out information about detecting a fake license, but if you're at home and you're a parent and you're not protecting your driver's license, then there are other mechanisms that you could take to protect your driver's license not being taken out of your wallet.
Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last year on my, when I was checking my account, I had $800 worth of OnlyFans on my account, and all in $5 increments. And I didn't even know what OnlyFans was at that time. I had to ask my husband, what the heck is this? And then, so I don't know who hacked into my account. I don't know what ID they used. I don't know what sites they went to. I don't know if it was a child. I don't know if it was an adult. I don't even know if they were in this country. So my concern is there is so much space to be hacked and for data breaches and all of this when we are asking. I think there are plenty of ways to keep our children safe from pornography, and we can look at a variety of ways that are existing now to enforce better, or even more ways we can address this issue. I don't think this is going to solve the problem, because parents can already, on their computers, they can already put certain mechanisms so their children can't go into certain sites. That's already available. They can do it on a variety of levels. On their phones even, they have parent access where parents have access to that. My concern is this can be used against anybody, any adult, for anything at any time once your information is out there. We had a similar discussion in transportation about a different bill. So my concern is always about the data breaches and who has access. And we can always say nobody's going to do it. But we know there are plenty of ways for people to have access to your information. And I just want to make clear about that when we think about online and having age or any kind of ID identification that's in a mechanism that we don't have control over. Thank you.
Senator Warren, do you wish to respond at this time? All right. Chair recognizes Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple more questions, and then I will yield to Senator Francisco. But my question, the first one will be, is that we talk about the bill would require any commercial entity that knowingly shares. Okay, that's harmful, and this is really my concern with this bill. No, everybody wants to be sure the kids are not getting access to pornographic websites. What I'm concerned about this bill is, as I alluded to my Thurgood Marshall, pornography to some folks is just classic art or whatever to others. What I want to be sure is when it talks about the bill would require any commercial entity that knowingly shares or distributes, could libraries, could basically publishers of books, could those entities in fact be harassed by a citizen saying, I've got a problem with this content? That's my first question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would remind the body, we're talking about restricting access to pornographic material online to children. So the bill specifically talks about distributing material that is harmful to minors on a website. So books in a library would not fall under this bill. So it's simply on a website. We heard testimony in committee that sometimes when this legislation has been enacted, the websites, they just stop operating. So it's up to them, but it only applies to websites. So not magazines on a bookshelf, not books in a library, if that answers the question.
Senator Holland.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, and I'm not to belabor a point, but no, she didn't answer the question. The point is that when you talk about any sort of publications of copyrighted materials, pornographic or not, we're talking about those materials being digitized and imaged on a website page. And so once again, my question to the carrier of the bill was specifically, if a person has a moral objection to say to a classic work of art that is somehow being brought up on a Amazon website page, okay, because I may want to buy that book, and maybe I flip through the first couple web pages of that book, okay, I may perceive I'm looking at a classic work of art, okay, somebody else may see, no, that's pornography. And so that's my question, is that through the medium of commerce, where you're actually selling art and other things that, you know, most people would not consider pornographic, would this be opening those types, once again, a library or a publisher where they're putting their goods online, would they be exposed to prosecution potentially?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the bill does address that, and it talks about knowingly sharing or distribute material that appears on 25% or more of the web pages viewed on the website in any calendar month. So we're talking specifically about websites and website pages where the material harmful to minors appears on 25% or more of the websites viewed in a calendar month. And you can, and I'll just rest at that, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holland.
Okay, just two more and then I'll stop. And I guess that is my point right there, is that it really comes down to, once again, the issue is still out there of you could basically be opening at institutions, okay, that they truly don't know, okay, say once again, a museum that has digitized its artifacts, a library that has its books available online, a publisher, anybody doing commerce where somebody has a moral objection to an image. I view this as they could be theoretically, basically prosecuted by our AG. And then I guess the carrier brought it up herself, Mr. AG, as far as like, it says any commercial entity that knowingly, I mean, to me, if you're talking about going after the bad guys, the true pornographic websites, what the pornographic website just says, hey, this isn't pornographic, I think it's art. Under this language, sounds like they can't be prosecuted. So I'm concerned about that. And then one other question, I guess, about investigation. And this is the thing that really bothers me about this bill too, is that we talk about if an adult would be able to access a pornographic website, right? Where the adult says, aha, I got into this website, the age verification thing didn't pop up, I'm concerned about basically the materials that a child, a minor, whatever could see. My final question for the thing is that, are we talking about basically a third party could actually come into somebody else's home, I'm curious, and say, hey, I saw somebody bring up a website in my neighbor's house, okay, I'm reporting a violation, so I assume that would be on the table. And then really the question is that, so when our AG runs off to start his investigation, do they do some sort of forensic analysis now where they basically grab that citizen's PC and now they start going through, okay, here's all the transactions, you know, this person has on his or her computer because somebody outside of the home said, I got on the website and I got on through that computer. What is the liability, okay, of say, I guess the question is that, don't we have the potential of where you're invading basically the owner of the PC's, you know, basically you're looking at his or her basically web traffic because our AG may be doing some forensic analysis of basically what's going on. What type, you know, help me, I guess talk me off the ledge as far as how that would not be subject to, once again, invading somebody's privacy.
Senator Warren.
Mr. Chair, I may need help discerning what the question was in all that. So could he boil it down to a question?
Okay, so.
Senator Holland.
The final question, then I will sit down, but the question is this. If I'm an adult and I, say like right here, okay? I'm looking at the Good Center from Wyandotte, you know, say maybe he's got his PC up. Okay, I won't look at it. I'm being invasive. Okay, but now I'm looking at it. He's sharing with me. Okay, now say Senator Haley's PC right there. It has an image. And I say, oh my God, look at that image. It popped up on his computer. All right, now, does the investigation start? Does Attorney Kobach, does he seize that piece of equipment and start doing his forensic studies? And that's my final question. And with that, then I will yield to the senator from Douglas, because I believe she has a follow-up question as well. Thank you. And I do want to thank the carrier of the bill for answering my questions, but just once again to the body, I want to be I have a whole lot of misgivings about this. This past year, you've seen stuff going on in the state of Florida, okay, where people are turning libraries and things like that upside down over debates about, you know, what is pornographic, what is inappropriate, okay? And I don't want to see Kansas devolve into something like that. So I appreciate the body's indulgence, and I look forward to hearing the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, adults can look at whatever they want, whether it's on their own computer, whether someone else allows them to look at their computer. This bill does not impact that at all. Libraries can have books on their shelves. This does not impact library books at all. And in fact, the only person who can report a violation or can bring a private cause of action is not the neighbor who comes in and sees something on the neighbor's computer. It's the parent or legal guardian of the minor. So this is really a bill for parents, for their children. So the answer is no to all the concerns raised in the discussion around the good senator's questions. So, and you have a First Amendment right of speech if you want to, you know, verbally protest that somebody has some content on their website. This doesn't impact that at all. It only puts the onus on websites with 25% or more views on their website of pornographic material harmful to children, that they have to have an age verification system in place. It doesn't prevent them from continuing to have material harmful to minors on their website. The only thing they have to do is have an age verification process in place so that you have to be 18 or older to view the material. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a different question, but it refers to this limitation that such material must appear on 25% or more of the web pages viewed. So can the senator from Johnson explain why that was the standard?
Senator Warren.
Sure. To meet constitutional standards, we need the bill to be narrowly tailored and defined. So that's why the 25% is there, and it's also tied to 25% or more of the web pages viewed on such website in any calendar month. So it's pretty narrow to meet that compelling state interest where the state is keeping material harmful to minors from reaching the minors.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that there is a lot of ability to set up access and information on websites. Would it be possible for a commercial entity to have a program that opens web pages on its own website and then just open enough so that you never reach that 25% limit?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would still have to be pages viewed. So if 25% of pages viewed on the website is material that is harmful to minors, then again, this bill would require have an age verification system in place. You have to be 18 years or older to access that.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just asking if there's a possible way to open that website and view it and make sure that you stay over that calendar limit. And then the other question that I have also relating to that is this bill allows a parent or legal guardian to access a website, and if they don't get the verification of this section, they can bring a private action. So how would they know whether or not 25% or more had been viewed in that last calendar month?
Senator Warren.
Thank you. Well, that would be part of the investigation by the Attorney General, and that would be something that the private cause of action plaintiff would have to show.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that makes it very confusing for someone to know how often pages had been viewed and whether or not a private cause of action is appropriate. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the discussion that's been had, the thorough vetting of what this does that the Chair of Judiciary has brought regarding 394, and something during the course of this discussion today, both senators from Douglas raised and the senator from Manhattan, Riley, yes, raised as well. And just a quick question to allay my ongoing concerns. It should be noted that some of these same points, beyond the freedom of expression, a very conservative member, formerly of the Missouri House, was the opponent to this bill. He said that he had been extremely conservative during his tenure there, and that his basic concern was the First Amendment rights to the Constitution. Honestly, Mr. Chair, I didn't have as much of an issue with that because I think certain rights, constitutional rights even, can be curtailed when it comes to children, young people, until they're fully vested in those rights. But they were well taken up by the opponent. My question, though, is a little simpler. I'm just looking for clarity. I actually had an amendment prepared, which I don't think I'm going to offer because the reviser did bring it up, but I'm not able to explain it, actually, what's in there, Mr. Chair. And is, I guess, a question I'll pose to the carrier of the bill, the chair from Johnson, and that is, does this only pertain to pictures, to visual depictions? My concern, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief, is that there's an effort to restrict or even to ban what could be written content. 25% has been talked about, but I know that Senator from Douglas did reference Lady Chatterley's Lover, which would have been a book that would be banned some time ago for its prurient content that is suggestive and perhaps overly, some could say pornographic in its description. So my question to the senator from Johnson, the carrier of the bill, is there anything in here that allays my concern that this isn't a potential book ban for kids who may find this material online or something in print versus the visual images that I think is the real intent of the bill, Mr. Chair?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The good senator is correct that, first of all, children have no legal right to view pornography. Our U.S. Supreme Court has deemed that to be the case. And again, the definition of harmful to minors is well established in law, and it's going to talk about a website. And if this material is on the website, then this bill puts the websites on notice that they need to have age verification processes in place.
Senator Haley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we understand images were the gist of what I would hope that the bill is trying to address, that you see some pictures or video depictions that are pornographic or could be considered pornographic or even erotic, but, you know, but that is that. But my question is, what if there is only writing, words, print, like a book or like it speaks to a pamphlet as what materials can be. What if there is online a pamphlet that in its reading is highly descriptive and in its description might be considered pornographic? Is that then covered in this bill?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that would be covered under this bill because it falls within the definition of harmful to minors. Harmful to minors means that quality of any description, exhibition, presentation, or representation in whatever form of, wouldn't be nudity, because well, I guess you can describe that, but sexual conduct, sexual excitement, or sadomasochistic abuse. And the reason that we are doing this is because we know how harmful and addictive pornography viewed by children can be. We have studies, we have research that it's so easy now for children to access this type of material online. And sometimes there's testimony that someone at 12 years old simply did an internet search for the word pornography. What did it mean? And then one of these websites popped up, and by the time he was 14, he was addicted to pornography. We know that addictions like that are as harmful to children with their brains being developed and forming as an addiction to cocaine. There are studies that show the gray matter of the brain shrinks. So we are dealing with real harm to children in Kansas by viewing this material. And so it's critically important to have this tool as a resource to help stop this scourge on our children. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Haley.
Let me clarify here that the representation for what's contained in this bill that the senator from Johnson is saying is that if there were a passage on a website, a page or two, that just gave a torrent of descriptive language that is argumentatively pornographic in its description, that then this bill would then apply, that because it's only writing, not pictures, but just written word, just passages of highly descriptive activity that some might consider obscene or pornographic, that then this would then bar or trigger the other component pieces because that underage 18 could read that material, the 12-year-old that the senator mentioned, because they could read this, not pictures, but that they could read passages that could be considered 25% or more, or whatever the number is, of those passages, those written words, would then trigger this bill. That's correct? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm trying to clarify, Mr. Chair?
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, because the definition of harmful to minors, again, means that quality of any description, presentation, or representation of those things. And this is not a new concept in law. Clearly, this definition has been in place for almost 15 years in Kansas. Our Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, is well versed in this area of the law. And in fact, our courts are able to, as well as our prosecutors, able to work with this definition and determine to the average adult person applying contemporary community standards, does that material fall within this definition? So this is not new to Kansas. It's not new to our other states. But the part that is new is holding these websites to simply putting an age verification process in place. They can still have all this material on their website. They just have to have an age verification process in place so that we don't have this material harmful to minors being viewed by those who are under 18, who are so easily addicted to this type of material.
Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the senator for her response. I'm very concerned now about the bill. I certainly understood and appreciated when the opposition came about, and has been raised here, what one must have in terms of data to view some of these sites. I don't know how it's done. I don't buy things online myself already, and I don't know what information one gives, personal information that will then be kept, arguably encrypted, and then released in order to make these interactions and transactions. But now I'm very concerned that we go into the gray area of banning or screening an adult who has to verify that they are indeed an adult just to read some information or certain passages or certain magazines that would be mainstream, but because they're reading it online, that same thing, they have to give personal data to read this, whatever it might be, because we're concerned that kids or those under 18 could read this data, purely read, and draw some harm from it that's ongoing. This is a modern day ban on certain books, given the description, which I've tried hard to read from the plain language found in the bill, but it's deeply disconcerting to see that this might be put into place for print. My concern is for the print only, which, as clarified by the senator from Johnson, is included in this measure. I think it's an overreach, and it's clearly goes too far. I thank the senator the chair of Judiciary for her response, and you for your indulgence as well, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from, Senator Warren, you wish to respond.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair. Let me be clear. This bill does not ban any content. This bill does not ban any content on any website, and to say so otherwise is misreading and misleading about the bill. It simply, very simply, requires that a website, if you are going to have 25% or more material on your website that is defined as harmful to minors, you have to have an age verification system in place. So to call this a book ban or some other ban is not true.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've listened to this debate, I'm just kind of befuddled at the objections to this very common sense responsibility that we have to protect our youth from harmful content. This is not a new concept. We do this on movie ratings, on music ratings, because we know that we have a responsibility to protect children from inappropriate material
that is harmful to them. And the carrier has done a wonderful job of outlining some of the things that we know that young exposure to pornography at a young age, some of the detrimental effects. A new statistic is that the majority of young people, the average age that they are exposed to pornography because of the online content is age 11. Now, I don't know why anyone would be objecting to us saying we have a responsibility just like we do. We don't let an 11-year-old go out and buy pornographic magazines or see an X-rated movie at the movie theater. We recognize that that's reasonable. And to throw out the words book ban is just using terminology that's meant to imply something that this bill is not. This does not ban any material. It just simply says, if it's not age appropriate, children shouldn't be viewing it, whether that's in print, in a movie theater, or online. So to me, Mr. Chair, I'm just kind of befuddled at the objection to this. It's common sense, it's our responsibility, and I fully support this bill, and I hope my colleagues will as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my objection to this is I do believe pornography should not be accessible to children. I think all of us in this room agree to that. My issue is that if I go to any website that is deemed harmful to children as a 58-year-old woman, I have to put in my identification information. My concern is the data breach that goes into all of that. I do believe we need to protect our children. I'm not sure this is the right way because there are so many things that are considered harmful to minors or harmful to children. And anybody in this room, if they have to go to any websites that deems that and you have to put in your age verification or your ID or your license plate or your social security, I worry about that. I understand the gaming industry where you have age, where you have to identify your age, or when you buy liquor online, you have to identify. There are tangible elements to that piece. There are tangible elements where you purchase liquor, you get your liquor. If you're gambling, if you win or whatever it might be, you get something from that. Onto a website to read something that might be prohibitive to children, but it might be adult content, regardless of what it is I might be researching. To have to give my information, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. That's my concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no. All right, Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this very brief. We heard earlier by one of the senators asking a question was regarding library content, et cetera. It's very clear that it's commercial entity that we're talking about. Don't think this is a place where you're going to be going and doing your research necessarily. So I fully support this bill, and I support the statement that was made by Senator Erickson. And serving in committee, I ask lots of questions. How do they verify? I had no idea. I don't drink alcohol, so I had no idea someone could purchase alcohol online, and they have to do age verification there. I don't gamble online, so I didn't know about that. But we do have places where you have to show age verification. I had some of the same concerns about how is that done? Will they retain the data? You know, that sort of thing, and that was resolved within the bill. So I fully support this bill. Sorry to have even taking up more time, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And final comment. Everybody in this chamber wants to keep kids shielded away from pornographic websites. But my concern with this is that, once again, who decides what is pornographic? And while we want to keep kids away from websites, we can do this. But if you think that requiring pornographic websites to put an age or have some sort of identification requirements, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. And so you ask yourself, what is really the true intent of this bill? I think this bill is really going after, certain people that have a problem with mainstream media and communications and culture. And I'm concerned about basically the hassling effect this is going to have of when we talk about commercial entities, basically people who are publishing works of art, known literature references, they will be hassled. And that's my concern about this bill, is I don't think it's an effective way to basically control kids staying away from websites. And the final thing I guess I would just offer to this, did anybody in the committee, when they talked to the proponents, if this is truly the parents looking out for their kids, and all parents look out for their kids, if my kid was getting on a website, I don't think I'd be running to the government saying, could you put something on a website? I would say to my kid, you're off the damn computer. You're off the cell phone. Give me the computer. Give me the cell phone. You're grounded. And I don't quite understand how we're kind of going into this, where the majority party is taking us into more of this nanny state thing, of where somehow the government seems that it itself needs to start inserting itself between parents and their kids. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Warren, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Often when we talk about being an elected official, we talk about finding solutions to problems. One way we can judge whether a bill is a solution is by the people it will impact in a positive way. And Senate Bill 395 does both. It's part of the solution to a known problem, and the bill will have a profound and long-lasting impact on the health of Kansas kids. In fact, some of you may be aware that in 2018, this very chamber, by a vote of 35-4, adopted a resolution, and that resolution identified pornography as a public health hazard. And that public health hazard leads to a variety of individual and other health impacts and societal harms. That resolution identified many of the facts regarding the consequences of access to pornography, particularly when viewed at a young age. That resolution recognized the need for additional education, prevention, research, and policy change, and urged this chamber and other governing bodies to ensure progress is made. So sometimes we wonder whether resolutions have any impact. And I would say today, 6 years later after that 2018 resolution, we can prove that they can, as we have an opportunity to make real and substantial progress that resolution called for. And that's by passing Senate Bill 394. It would protect our children from access to harmful online content through age verification technology. It's simple. We talked about it. All it would require is a website with 25% or more of their views of web pages that have material harmful to minors have an age verification process in place. The need for this bill now is very real, and it's very timely. It's revealed by both the sobering statistics that we hear about the ease of access for children to online pornography, and more importantly, in the very personal stories and testimony that the committee received. We heard from a 29-year-old woman who became addicted to pornography when she was 16. She told the heartbreaking story of how coping with the tremendous loss and grief eventually led to a web of online pornographic content that was increasingly depraved. As a result, she has now been struggling with the compulsion to interact with pornography for nearly 14 years. She testified how it impacts her mental health, leading to shame and self-hatred around sexuality and romance, as well as body image issues. She said that her symptoms of depression and anxiety worsen with the use of pornography. She urges us to pass this bill. I also heard from a constituent in the district I represent. He was first exposed to pornography at the age of 12. And he first saw it when he simply Googled or online researched what the term pornography. And when he put that in, the first thing that came up was a button wanting some verification, and he wondered if he would be caught. So he clicked, and it went through anyway because it wasn't the verified procedures that we have in place in this bill. Within a short period of time, he was also caught in the web of online pornography. And listen to this. By the age of 14, he was 12 when he first saw something. 2 years later, at the tender age of 14, he wanted to stop, but he could not. The smartphone he obtained at 15, when he was 15, made it worse. And toward the end of high school, his addiction was at its worst. He was looking at hardcore material multiple times a day. And it similarly triggered depression. Now, fortunately, he has been porn sober for 18 months, but he fights the temptation every day. He urges us to pass this bill. Sadly, due to the current ease of underage children accessing pornographic material, there are countless similar stories. The statistics are sobering. I'll share some of them with you. 73%, right? Almost 3 out of 4 children, 13 to 17 years old, have viewed pornography online. And more than half, 53%, viewed it before they turned 13. 15% of teenage respondents said they first saw online pornography at 10 or younger. 10 or younger. 58% of the underage population said they first encountered it accidentally. Accidentally when they're online. 58%, over half. I know our kids have to be online these days to do homework. Our schools require you turn in your homework electronically, so our kids have even greater access these days to computers. And the harm that pornography can do, 88% of pornographic material portrays and promotes sexual violence, which over time can seem normal to the addicted viewer, especially those underage. There's also a strong correlation between pornography, human trafficking, and sexual abuse. Research shows it's impossible to determine if pornographic videos portray consensual acts or coercive acts. We don't know whether the persons in the videos or material are acting consensually or they're being trafficked and it's in that material. Technology has also shaped pornography over the last 2 decades. What once was found only in magazines is now not only on your computer, but also available on your smartphone. Thankfully, we also have a solution to help, and that's the age verification technology. The age verification technology doesn't ban any material, and it doesn't ban any website, and this bill does not either. This is a bill that's narrowly tailored to combat children from accessing material harmful to minors. It's a compelling state interest. We have a duty owed to our children to keep them safe from this harmful material. The courts have similarly stated that there's a compelling interest in protecting children from physical and psychological harm. The court has said, a democratic society rests for its continuance upon the healthy, well-rounded growth of young people into full maturity as citizens. Courts have upheld laws that protect children's physical and emotional well-being, even when dealing with constitutional rights for adults. I've shared at least 7 or 8 other states have enacted laws like this in a bipartisan manner. We have a compelling state interest in protecting kids from online adult material, and this law is narrowly tailored to that end. It's important to remember we have age gates, as the good senator from Sedgwick had stated. We have age gates. We recognize it's important. It's important in this arena too. So in conclusion, I want to reiterate that with the stories shared, we hope that porn addiction can become a thing of the past, not only those who are currently suffering, but protect our children currently and future children of Kansas from this scourge that impacts their lives so significantly. Parents across our state are asking for help protecting their kids from content that could forever warp their kids' minds and lead to the types of lasting harm we know is caused by addiction to porn, especially by those under 18. Myself as a mother of 4 and as a lawmaker sent here to solve problems, and also as an American who simply wants a better future for all kids, I stand in strong support of this bill. It matters to me personally that we protect kids, and I know from talking with many of you, it means a lot to you also. So in today's world of endless culture wars, this bill represents an opportunity to stand unified and together in protecting children from the harm of material harmful to minors that are on websites. So let's get this passed and protect our kids. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 394 favorably for passage. Thank you.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 414. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Well, hello again, right? So let me flip folders here and switch gears for a moment. Mr. Chair, I move we adopt the committee report.
All in favor signify by aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, like Senate Bill 419, is an effort by the Senate Judiciary Committee and our law enforcement community to continue to fight the fentanyl crisis. And what it does is it goes after those who really are the dealers of fentanyl. So they distribute or they possess with the intent to distribute a fentanyl-related controlled substance. It increases the penalty for that and for the amount of the dosage of material containing any quantity of a fentanyl-related controlled substance. I recently went to a talk where a mom who had lost her son to fentanyl, he was one of the kids who decided to share a pill with 4 friends, and they cut it into fourths, and he got the fourth that contained the fentanyl in it. And she showed a picture of a pencil point, a sharpened pencil point, and the little tiny grams of fentanyl that could fit on that sharpened pencil point. That was the amount of the lethal dose of fentanyl for a person. So it's a very small amount. So the bill would enhance the severity level of the crime if you're a distributor of fentanyl-related controlled substance, or you possess it with the intent to distribute it. And the bill also contains Senate Bill 413, which is also a fentanyl-related bill, again, aimed at those who intend to distribute it, or the dealers, if you will, that we increased the sentencing enhancement for the smaller dosage amount, because we were finding, again, because it's such a small amount, that the higher levels of the quantity of fentanyl wasn't helping with the prosecution of those who were distributing the material. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do very much appreciate this bill and agree we need to increase penalties for fentanyl. There is some language that causes an issue, which I believe is just an oversight. So with that, I do have an amendment.
Have you turned the amendment in?
Yes, I have.
Could you tell us the number of the amendment, please?
3192.
3192. We will stand at ease for just a moment while the amendment is distributed. The amendment has been distributed. Do you wish to explain the amendment or have it read?
Have it read, please.
All right. Clerk will read.
I move to amend Senate Bill 414 as amended by Senate Committee on page 2 in line 13 by striking material containing any quantity of in line 14 by striking the material and inserting marijuana, in line 16 by striking the material and inserting marijuana, in line 18 by striking the material and inserting marijuana, in line 20 by striking the material and inserting marijuana. On page 3 in line 35 by striking all after the first of.
Senator Holscher, you may further explain your amendment.
Certainly, thank you. Yes, several contacts within the hemp industry have reached out today in concern to this bill. Again, no problems with increasing penalties for fentanyl. It's just that the words material containing and the material are not defined in this particular bill as written. And as it is written, could have unintended consequences for our hemp and CBD industries that are growing right now. And that proposed wording, like I said, just could have very huge issues in regard to those industries. And the change, as the bill is currently written, could have very, very real consequences for retailers who are legally working and operating within the bounds of the law currently.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the changes proposed by the amendment, if you'll look at page 2, the words material containing any quantity of marijuana, that's at line 13. Let me share with the body, that is current law. This bill does not change that language. It does not add that language. It simply clarifies that language on page 2 at line 13 and clarifies it also on page 3 at line 35 by inserting that same language onto page 3. So it's not an oversight, and in fact, it makes our statute more consistent because, again, on page 2, line 13, material containing any quantity of marijuana is already current law. And this bill does not change that. It simply makes sure that that language is repeated when talking in other places in the bill about marijuana. Now, as far as our CBD oil retailers, that's different than THC. And they also need to be they need to be in compliance with the law about THC. And if they have too much THC in their store, well, that's not in compliance with the law. So I would deem this as a not friendly amendment because the language putting in material containing any quantity of on page 3 simply mirrors what is already law on page 2, and being consistent is always helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you. What's being talked about on page 2 is a different issue. And again, what we are talking about on line 13 is, again, material containing is not defined and the material is not defined. And if you go back to the issue, there is a huge difference between a tiny amount of fentanyl versus a tiny amount of CBD or a tiny amount of hemp or a tiny amount of cannabis. That is not all equal. Again, I will relate back to the fact that several contacts within the hemp industry, an industry that we have worked very, very hard to set up to be successful, have reached out in regard to this issue. So like I said, that is the concern in this regard, that the verbiage that is in this bill currently, that we have businesses that are working to make sure they are operating within the bounds of the law could be immediately in jeopardy. Additionally, the language runs contrary to the Farm Bill, where the feds purposely didn't get into some of that language that we have added. So like I said, that is the concern. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of this amendment. I think that this bill is a good bill. It is laser focused on fentanyl, which I appreciate. It's having a devastating effect on our communities. We do not want to inadvertently open up this piece about marijuana for a presumed presumption to distribute as an additional consequence of this. When we have, we're not going to talk about medical marijuana, we're not going to talk about recreational, of course, today, but there are a lot of people that have sentiment, and by opening this up in that third page, we are effectively creating more stiff penalties in the realm of marijuana, which I don't think this is what I personally don't feel this is what I would like to see, and I would hope the body doesn't want to stiffen the penalties in that area. We want to keep this focused on fentanyl, and so I do stand in support of this fix, and it doesn't materially change any of the other aspects of this, so I do stand in support, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Further question on the amendment? The chair recognizes Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really a question. I just want to clarify for the body. We heard this bill in committee on February 6th, and it is now February 15th. No one from the hemp industry or the CBD oil industry testified or provided testimony. No one reached out to me after committee hearing, and in fact, this is the first time I'm hearing about this, and it is not an oversight of the bill, and it is simply mirroring the language in other places in the bill. And I'm finding it curious that marijuana is being equated with CBD oil in the discussion about this amendment. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, Senator Holscher, you may move your amendment.
Great, thank you. I cannot comment as to why it wasn't found early. I think it's just because of the fact that this was primarily a fentanyl bill. And then apparently the language in regard to cannabis and some of the other issues was not found until much later in the process. Again, this amendment does not change the heart of the issue, does not change the fact that we do need to increase penalties for fentanyl. That is all there. What this amendment does is just make sure that we do not cause problems for our hemp businesses that we have worked so hard to set up to ensure that we have legal boundaries for them. That is all this does, is that it ensures that we continue to allow them to operate within the legal boundaries that we have worked so hard to set up. Again, that's what this does. Oh, I move my amendment.
I was ready to move forward, but okay. All right, you have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion appears to fail. Division has been requested. All in favor of the amendment, please stand. Thank you. All in favor, all opposed, please stand. Thank you. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator Warren, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the body continuing to take a look at what we can do as a state to help fight the fentanyl crisis. And with that, then, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 414 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 410 for the purposes of carrying the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator Tyson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill would allow for highway naming of 2 highways, portions of Highway 69 from Bourbon County south to junction East 650th Street in Crawford County for Ken W. Brock, and then on Highway 81 from the Kansas-Nebraska line south to the Republic Cloud County line to be named after Merle Miller. Mr. Chairman, Ken W. Brock passed away on December 31st, 2023, and he left behind a strong legacy of faith, family, and steadfast desires to improve the lives of citizens in Pittsburgh, entire southeast Kansas, and in Kansas. He was instrumental on working on Highway 169. He has supporters such as U.S. Congressman Jake LaTurner, U.S. Senator Jerry Moran, and community leaders all sent testimony supporting this effort. Mr. Chairman, Ken Brock and his wife were entrepreneurs. They saw a need for telephone directories and developed names and numbers in 1974, which they operated for over the last 50 years. When you think of a successful entrepreneur in Pittsburgh, Ken Brock is among names like Gene Bicknell, Harvey Dean, Dick and Kay, and Lynn Webb. There's some amazing industry in southeast Kansas, and Ken Brock was a part of that. In fact, it's apropos that we are running this bill today with Aviation Day in the Capitol. Ken Brock's son, Bob Brock, was instrumental in starting Aviation Day. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd yield to the senator from Cloud.
Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak to the portion of SB 410 in regards to Senate Bill 99, which we had a hearing in Transportation and amended it into this bill for efficiency. This portion of Senate Bill 410 designates a portion of US 81 in north central Kansas as the Merle Miller Memorial Highway from the Southern Republic County line to the Nebraska border on 81. Friends and family of Merle Miller from Belleville have been working on this project for a number of years. Merle worked tirelessly for over 40 years on upgrading US 81 from a 2-lane highway to the 4-lane which it is today. He was the owner of the editor of the Belleville Telescope. His daughter, Margot, testified in committee. As a small-town publisher, he took the world's weight upon his shoulders and felt the highways were the answer to growth in Kansas. In fact, the city of Belleville's population grew this last census, and again, is over 2,000 people, and this is the first increase since 1967. He was once asked, how long has he been interested in highways, and he said, all of my life. His father before him, A.Q. Miller, was one of the founders of the earliest highways in Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri. Merle was also president of the Pan American Highway Association and once traveled this route of 16,000 miles from Winnipeg, Canada, through the U.S., Mexico, across Central and South America, where the idea of promoting this north-south route as a Pan American Highway as an international highway. He continued his efforts to support the paving and improvements for US 81, and today is all 4-lane through Kansas to the Nebraska border. Mr. Miller passed away in 2003 at the age of 88 and lived to see his goal of a 4-lane highway all the way to York, Nebraska. I would also like to mention traffic counts are up at the intersection of 81 and 36 highways at Belleville from near 3,000 vehicles in the 1990s and now at 8,000 vehicles per day. Funding for the signs is in hands, and the community is preparing a sign unveiling in celebration of Merle Miller at this time. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to the senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd stand for questions.
Senator Tyson, go ahead. You stand for questions. All right, are there questions for the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator Tyson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ken Brock will always be remembered for a leading advocate for transportation infrastructure, specifically Highway 69. Mr. Brock and Mr. Miller were exemplary leaders in their communities and instrumental in putting these highways in, 69 and Highway 81. Simply put, the development of Highway 69 would not have happened without Ken Brock's leadership. I humbly ask you to move Senate Bill 410 forward, as it is a fitting tribute for Ken Brock and for Merle Miller and the great servant leaders that they were. Thank you for your consideration. I move that when the committee rises in report, it report SB 410 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 23. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 23 was brought to us by the Capers Board. What it does is it eliminates the statutory cap on alternative investments at 15% and requires the Capers Board to establish their own cap. It does not remove statutory requirements that are already in place. That would be the system must receive a favorable recommendation from a qualified independent expert in investment management. Capers staff must complete the due diligence and report findings to the Board of Trustees. The alternative investments must be consistent with the board's investment policies. Capers must have procedures and systems to monitor and accurately measure the investment performance. Annual net commitments to alternative investments cannot exceed 5% of the total investment assets. There must also be 2 qualified institutional buyers for that alternative investment. Capers must share Capers' share of any individual investment cannot represent more than 20% of such individual investment, and any single investment cannot exceed 2.5% of the total alternative investments of the trust fund. The total alternative investments in any one individual multi-investor pool cannot exceed more than 20% of the system's total alternative investments. Mr. Chairman, an alternative investment is a tool that Capers investment fund managers and their investment board and their CIO use to offset the volatility in the equity markets and the funds. I looked up and asked for, well, let me define alternative investments first. Alternative investments, as defined by Capers policy, is either private equity or debt investments in privately held companies, or infrastructure, and infrastructure and physical assets which support economic activities such as electric power generations, toll roads, ports, airports, etc. So over the last 20 years, our private equity portfolio in Capers has returned 14.4%. That is compared to our U.S. equity program at 9.6% and 4.1% for our fixed income program. Our infrastructure alternative investments have returned 12.8% since 2009. At the end of 2023, we were at 12.9% in alternative investments. That is close to the 15% cap, and so therefore Capers Board has asked us to remove that statutory limit so that if there is an opportunity to come along for additional alternative investments, or there becomes a fear that the equity market is overvalued, that they can still receive a good return. If not, if they leave that money in those equity returns, we understand the volatility of that, We saw that with the returns in 2022. I'm pleased to report that the returns in 2023 were much, much better, but this is a way to take some volatility out of our portfolio. Some say that 15% may be the right number. I have a chart that was provided to me by KPERS that is all Midwest public plans reporting asset class targets. KPERS is currently at 13%. This chart shows when it was done January 24, they were at 14%. We are the third lowest in the Midwest on our alternative asset portfolio as a percentage of our total portfolio. Mr. Chairman, this bill is a leftover from last year, so I do have a technical amendment. I have turned it in. It is 3108, and all the amendment does is change the dates in the bill from 2022 to 2023.
We'll stand at ease.
Be happy
for a
to
moment
stand for
while
questions on the amendment.
while the amendment is distributed. All right, Senator, you have explained the amendment to your satisfaction, Senator Longbine?
Yes,
right.
all it does is change the dates from 2022 to 2023.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I'll move the amendment.
You've heard the motion to amend the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator Longbine, do you wish to explain further?
I do. Mr. Chairman, I would defer to the good senator from Butler, yield to him. I believe he has an amendment, and I'll let him explain that, but I do consider it a friendly amendment.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment.
And have you turned the amendment in?
Yes, I have.
What is the number of the amendment?
I do not have that written down. It's probably on that sheet.
The number of the amendment is 3132 or 3132. I'll cover it for you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll stand at ease for a moment.
I did have that here, and I was buried a long day.
Senator Fagg, do you wish to have your amendment read, or do you wish to explain the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'd rather explain. I think it'd be a little quicker.
I agree. Senator Fagg, explain your amendment.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my good chairman, Senator Longbine, for allowing me this friendly amendment. When you look at this amendment, the only difference is it's taking the 15% and taking it to 20%. So instead of, allowing the whole thing, this is just allowing this guardrail to go up just a little bit. So when you look at guardrails on investments can be very important. And especially when we stand here in the Senate, it's important to all the people in KPERS, to the people in Kansas that rely on this retirement. And I think we have a fiduciary responsibility. And I know over the years, a long time ago, you had a pyramid of quality. It started with treasuries, CDs, stocks and bonds. Alternative assets wasn't on that list. So we live in a very complex world today. And I am convinced that with what they've done over the last 20 years, they showed some record to this. The other thing is that when you look at the higher the rate, the higher the risk that goes on, according to Warren Buffett. And so with this, the diversification is very important. So when the good senator read off the 9 items, that really is something that KPERS does a good job in. And I would say picture this as a pie, and we have a slice of the pie, and they're doing a very good job inside that slice. We're just making that slice a little bit bigger. So that's what this is trying to do when we go from 15 to 20. So I do think that when you hear words like illiquid, that gets me a little nervous. When you hear words like some banks won't lend on some of this stuff, that gets me a little nervous. But there is a place in our portfolio for this type of thing that allows the CAPER board to do their job. Because one thing that we've done is we don't want to handcuff them when we are expecting them to give us a good return. And you heard what the good return is. When we do things like this, we got to be very careful because their earnings got to come from somewhere. So the question is where, and this diversification factor allows them to work within that. So last summer I did get to attend their board meeting. I seen some of the people, how they was operating and working in this stuff. I was impressed, but I don't give anybody the keys to the house. So I think that's one of those things that we have a responsibility to keep this guardrail up. And so at this time, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to lend my support. This is a fine. It keeps legislative oversight inside of over CAPER's investment board, but does raise it up and allows them to have more flexibility to balance the risk and reward on these private equity and other kind of investments, keeping that risk low and still getting the returns. So I do rise in support of that. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Would the carrier of amendment stand for questions?
He's standing.
Thank you. Does the carrier of the amendment know the history on the increase on alternative investments?
Senator Fagg.
Are we talking the state of Kansas with that?
Senator.
Can you clarify your question for me?
Senator Tyson.
For CAPER's investment, what has been the increase over the years?
Senator Fagg.
This is my first term. I've heard rumors. I do not know that for sure, and I'm sure there's somebody in the House that could explain that.
Senator Tyson.
Well, I'd like to know that because I know that we keep increasing the amount for alternative investments. And the good senator himself has stated that the higher the risk, and I don't think CAPER's money is something to gamble with. In fact, a lot of us in our professions, we do risk mitigation. And by increasing the alternative investment, how is that mitigating our risk for financial investments for CAPERs?
Senator Fagg.
Maintaining the ability of the fund to meet its actuarial investment target is important, and additional diversification strategies to be employed with a good goal of lowering overall risk. So this diversification is a very important component in what CAPERS is trying to do.
Senator Tyson.
Well, that all sounds great and wonderful when the market's floating up like it is, but we've all seen the down days too. Actually, maybe some in this body are young enough that they didn't live through the 2007 or 1997 or the items that we saw. I'm going to switch topics a little bit. I'm going to ask him if the good senator carrying the amendment agrees that investments in Russia, China, foreign adversaries are good, sound investments.
Senator Fagg.
I am not aware of the actual alternative investments they have in their portfolio at this time. So I would be nervous into those kind of areas myself. But diversification still comes into a big play with that.
Senator Tyson.
Well, he just made my point for me. I would be absolutely nervous, and this CAPER board has made decisions to put us in Russia, China, and other foreign countries. In fact, we had over 600 million in China and Hong Kong last year, but because of an amendment we ran on this floor, many of the CAPERS board is finally trying to get out of China, but so he's saying that they need to have the ability to diversify. They have that ability right now. It's just they don't have the ability to go over 15% of CAPERS fund in alternative investments, which alternative equals or equates to risk most of the time. And so why would we put CAPERS funding in risky investments when we're floundering already with the unfunded liability?
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CAPERS program is well diversified. It comprises of 89 different institutional quality funds across its private equity and infrastructure programs. Some alternative strategies may in fact reduce the overall risk of the total fund due to the diversification of the program. So I think the part that the good senator, I go back to diversification's number one. We're in a period of time we don't know what tomorrow holds, but it's important to keep that part of it. With the track record that the Senator Linebein gave for 20 years, I think there's a track record there showing why that should be a piece of that. And we could stand here on the Senate floor and have 40 different opinions of how we should do this. And I think that at this point, this is a good compromise because there's some that want it all, there's some that don't want it any. This is something to give CAPERS an opportunity to do their job.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the good senator, if he had the history on this, he would know that they took their first bite of the apple years ago saying with this, and then I think it was in the House, I can't remember, 2012, 15, in that time frame, there was another increase. And then a few years ago, we went up to 15%. So here they are back at the trough again for another bite at the apple to try to put CAPERS investments in more risky vehicles. You know, the interesting thing to me is, yes, anybody, in fact, if you listen to the experts, almost anybody has made money in the stock market recently because you can just shoot a dartboard at it. So why would we not invest in solid investments, solid companies that are known quantities, pay dividends, pay a reasonable vehicle instead of these alternative investments? And we know for a fact that those alternative investments are not easy to get out of. So we're trying to address the problems with CAPERS 3 now. And would the good senator agree that one of the best alternatives would be to convert that to a 401k type alternative selection?
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as getting into that, I really don't want to get into that at this point. That becomes a different issue. When I say diversifications, that's number one. When we take quality stocks, I've had some Boeing stock. You go look and see what that's done. Who would have thought that would be where it's at today? You can make a list of, this world's got a lot of risk to it. So the number one thing is diversification, and this is part of that diversification. They do have a 20-year track record on what they've done. So that, do I want to load up on that? We're saying the lid is 20. They might end up having 15 in there. We don't know. But it kind of gives them a piece of the pie that they can work within and do their job. So I just did not like taking the thing totally off because it's kind of hard to chase down the horse when the gates, you can't close the gate after the horse is gone. So this is where we try to keep this in front of us. I think in today's time, with the risks that we got today, back when some of this stuff that happened, that we really tied this stuff down carefully, we put some guardrails in at that time. So this is loosening those guardrails up a little bit. This deal that Senator Longbein was talking about, the Indiana PEFR has 44% in this kind of thing. So we're talking going less than half of what they're doing. The Indiana teachers is 44%. Michigan Public Schools are like 38. Missouri Local is probably 35. So I'm saying we might feel like this is a lot of risk, but there's a lot more risk being taken by a lot of quality people out there too. And I wasn't around, but I could envision what happened, and if somebody wanted to stand up and give me a little history to that part, I'd be happy to hear that. But I just feel like that with 40 people here, we're going to have 40 different ideas, and this is a good compromise.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess you've heard the old adage, if they're jumping off the cliff, would you follow them over? And I don't want us to follow them over with capers. I appreciate it, but what this would do is 20% of the capers funding would be locked into alternative investments, which are very difficult to get out of. And if we were able to pass legislation to address Tier 3, to allow 401k type plans, we would have all of this investment tied up in that money. I just think it hamstrings us. It takes options away for the future that need to be addressed. And we've kicked the can down the road long enough. I get that he's trying to make a bad bill better, but really, I'm not going to argue the amendment, but I am going to argue against the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that this sets a maximum, so it doesn't say that 20% will be invested. It just says they can't exceed 20%. So I stand in favor of this amendment. If we want to go back to 15%, we can simply say no when it comes time for a vote on the bill, but this would set a maximum, and I think that that's appropriate.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do rise in support of the amendment. Technically, yes, alternative investments, they're less liquid. They have different, basically, time investment horizons. They're a little bit tougher to get out of. But what it does do when you're looking at basically managing your overall portfolio risk, it allows you to significantly lower the overall portfolio risk by having these alternative investments in there. And make no mistake, we're not talking about goofy stuff like crypto or anything like that in this thing. I mean, you heard the definition from Senator Longbind. I do like, though, very much that we're putting a guardrail on this because it would just, and once again, I guess Mr. Chairman, believe in the old adage, trust but verify, and why I am impressed with the professionals at Capers. I do think it's important that, we ensure that they aren't locked into something that we can't get out of. I mean, one of just my own, I guess, concerns would be is that if any employee pension system would get overly committed to say something like commercial property, stuff that may never come back. But I am sure that the folks we have there are doing that good job. So anyway, I think it's a great amendment. Thank you to the senator for bringing it.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief, but I would like to thank the good senator from El Dorado for bringing this amendment, and I do support the amendment. I'm not sure I'd support the bill, but it's been mentioned a couple times, you want to verify and, trust but verify. A couple years ago, we got that unfunded liability up to 80%. And for years, they were trying to re-amortize this, the administration, and what happens? We put all the money in and they re-amortize. So don't have a lot of faith over there, so I think we need guardrails. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator Longbind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated earlier, I do consider this a friendly amendment. If the legislature is interested in keeping guardrails up, I think this is a good compromise. I think a lot of the debate has kind of made my point. Institutional investing is very sophisticated, and it takes a tremendous amount of fund managers. It takes investment boards. It takes a chief investment officer. And so I do think it's appropriate that the legislature put a cap on it. Clearly, they're up against the cap where they currently are, which means that they are not getting to look at opportunities whether they want to or not. We are at within 3% in the equity markets, the domestic equity markets, of being at an all-time high. This ability will offset that reduction that no doubt is coming at some point. When you are at all-time high in the equity markets, you are susceptible to a downturn and you are susceptible to a drop in the equity markets. This might be a good way to keep some of our money together. Also, let me remind you that our return on investments at KPERS affects our statutory normal rate every year in our budget. And that rate fluctuates based on what kind of performance we got at KPERS. And so we can go to cash, but our statutory match from the employer is going to go to 15 or 20%. So I think it's important that we let KPERS professionals and their fund managers manage that money, measuring risk and return, and get us the best return they possibly can at the safest investments that they can. Are they going to take some risk? Certainly. But I would venture to say that right now, our domestic equities are the most riskiest investment we have due to the fact that we are at an all-time high. So this may give them an opportunity to set off some of that exposure, which I think is appropriate. I do support the amendment.
Are there further questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Fagg, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Senator Fagg to amend the bill. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Are there further questions for the senator from Lyon? Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
Thank you. As much as anything, I'd like to just kind of talk about some of this. We'll see if a question arises, but you know, I'm afraid when it comes to investing sophistication, we're wanting a bit in this group. I do feel like there's been a lot of lipstick put on alternative investments today. The idea that alternative investments decrease volatility flies in the face of every measurement by any money management organization I've ever seen. They inherently make your volatility skyrocket. They add risk. They are inherently about swinging for the fences much more so than buffering risk. You know, these alternative investments, they're not linked to the stock market in any way, shape, or form. They have nothing to do with the stock market. They have everything to do with economic conditions. And when economic conditions start to turn, you have no ability to get out of these. These are illiquid. These are the kind of investments where people have to sign high net worth investor agreements acknowledging the risk, acknowledging your ability to lose your investment. God bless the KPERS money managers, but there's the same ones who just in 2022 had a whole lot of money in ESG-based mutual funds that lost money, lost billions. They're not immune to mistakes. In fact, they're the reason boundaries were put on this in the first place. People need to know these are high-risk investments by their inherent nature. They stand to be a problem again because they have been a problem in the past. They are prone to being used for personal gain and personal influence. And the idea we see it in banking, we see it in money. People invariably, they make a big move, they get their wings clipped, they get cut off at the knees, they vow to do it, never do it again. Statute is made so they will never do it again. And then they start slowly crawling their way back to the precipice to fall off again. They do it over and over and over. And that's what will happen here. I can promise you, because it always does. It's Ecclesiastes. Nothing new's created. Everything happens over and over and over again. So let the buyer beware. You know, you guys, I'm not in capers. Most of you guys are. This is some of your money. This is a whole lot of people out there, a lot of Kansas citizens who can't afford to lose money. You build wealth slowly. You don't build it by hitting home runs. You build it by hitting singles. This is hubris. The idea of increasing this to 20% is utter hubris by my evaluation as a guy who's had the good fortune to manage money for a lot of years now. Let the buyer beware. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
I apologize, I didn't have my mic on. Senator.
Thank you, and I appreciate the good senator from Reno. I think it's important to realize that there is a huge difference between individual investing and institutional investing. The type of investments that Capers would invest in an alternative investment is something that no individual, regardless of their wealth, could invest in. Now, I say that there might be 5 or 10 or 20 people in the world that would have the ability to enter into institutional investments. What we're talking about in infrastructure is if the state of Kansas wanted to raise money, they could sell part of the Kansas Turnpike. The Golden Gate Bridge was an example that was used in committee by Capers. We're talking about very large, very steady infrastructure investments. Private equity has a number of big hurdles that have to be jumped. A lot of Capers private equity is probably invested in corporate indebtedness, corporate bonds. May or may not include equity with it. So I think we're talking about two completely different types of investments. And I think institutional investing is completely different than individual investing.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I looked, and currently Capers has approximately 11% in private equity, 13% in real estate. How many would think that's a good investment for Capers with what's going on right now with COVID? I mean, they are diversified in these accounts. They've got over 23% in equity, 23% in international equity, core fixed income at 13%, cash equity at 3%. They are diversified. These alternative investments are a completely different vehicle for investing. And I just don't think it's worth the risk. All we have to do is look to the Star Bonds project in Johnson County. So if Capers would have purchased and invested in those bonds, where would they be now? They would be holding the tab. We've got to be realistic about this. It's too important to just allow Capers to put it. You guys know where I stand. I'm not going to keep beating this. But I will remind the body that we have made investments based off of certain legislators' recommendations that have us in a financial world of hurt. And if we keep going down this path, the Capers board doesn't have to pick up the tab. The taxpayers do if these investments go awry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator Longbottom, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the hour's late, and I know we've got voting to do, so I'm not going to give you a big, long speech. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 23 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. That concludes our business for the day. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck in the chair. Recommended Senate Bill 360, Senate Bill 414, Senate Bill 410 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 394 be passed. Senate Bill 23 be amended on motions of Senator Longbine and Fagg, and the bill be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. Senate Bill 360, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 414, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 410, Senate Bill 394, and Senate Bill 23.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we'll take the following. The consent calendar bill on page 3, SB 379, and the bills on page 4, SB 172, SB 336, SB 347, SB 349, and SR 1737. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 379, an act concerning the Kansas Probate Code. Senate Bill 172, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Senate Bill 336, an act concerning health and environment. Senate Bill 347, an act concerning wildlife and parks. Senate Bill 349, an act concerning the passenger rail service program. And SR 1737, a resolution affirming Texas Governor Greg Abbott's right to defend the state of Texas from unrestrained illegal immigration.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have put on everyone's desk a copy of the letter that Governor Greg Abbott of Texas sent to all 50 or all other 49 governors on May 16th of 2023. My explanation of vote on Senate Resolution 1737. President Biden's failed open border policies have unleashed a nationwide crisis and influx of illegal immigrants. Texas should not have to shoulder the financial and physical burden of protecting our nation's southern border alone. Do we need to start referring to California as Taiwan, Arizona as Ukraine, and Texas as Israel to get our Kansas governor and the federal government to aid Texas in defending our nation? As Texas Governor Gray Abbott closed his letter to his fellow governors in May of 2023, when united, we can overcome any challenge together. I stand united with Texas and vote aye on Senate Resolution 1737. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
I changed my vote on 172 to aye.
So ordered. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I'd like to explain my vote on 1737, please.
Please proceed.
Where Kansas says unemployment is 2.8%. Any expert will tell you that anything under 5% of your population is unemployable. So Kansas employers, everywhere I've been, are short workers. Now, I'm not saying that we need to fix the border in the South, but what I'm saying is we need to have a resolution to our federal delegation and tell them to fix the immigration policy. It's broken and it needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Any further explanation? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I'd like to change my vote on 1737 after all that from a no to a pass.
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the explanation of vote from the senator from Finney.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote on 172 to yes.
Any further changes? Seeing none, we'll close the roll, tally the vote. $40 having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 336 and Senate Bill 379. 34 having voted in favor and 6 opposed to Senate Bill 349. 26 having voted in favor and 11 opposed to the passage of Senate Resolution 1737. 24 voting in favor and 15 opposed to Senate Bill 347. And Senate Bill 24 in favor and 14 opposed to Senate Bill 172. These measures having reached their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Second roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 5 and 6, Senate Bill 360, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 414, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 410, Senate Bill 394, and Senate Bill 23. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 360, an act concerning tax advantage savings programs. Senate Bill 142, an act concerning traffic regulations. Senate Bill 414, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedures. Senate Bill 419, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedures. Senate Bill 410, an act concerning roads and highways. Senate Bill 394, an act concerning consumer protection. Senate Bill 23, an act concerning retirement and pensions.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator, does anyone wish to change their vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. I changed my pass on 23 to no.
Senator from Reno, Senator Steffen.
I'd like to explain my vote on 23. I voted no on SB 23 because alternative investments are risky and illiquid. The idea of increasing these volatile investments to 20% of CAPER's investments underlies a disconcerting degree of overconfidence among the fund's managers. Thank you.
Like your mark spread on the journal. So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I voted aye on 142 because I believe it'll make our roads safer for our citizens changing tires. I also wanted to state that I was incorrect during the debate on the amendment. It's 34,000 pounds currently, so the truck would have been able to haul the amount of corn that's in a pile, or the senator from Brown mentioned, even if it had a high moisture content.
Very good. Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, sometimes we pass resolutions in this body and we wonder whether or not they have any kind of an effect at all. I just want to point out that 6 years ago, my predecessor, Mary Pilcher Cook, sponsored a resolution that passes Chamber 35-4, recognizing pornography as a public health hazard, and that leads to a broad spectrum of individual public health impacts and societal harms. That resolution recognized the need for additional education, prevention, research, and policy change at the community and societal levels, and urged this chamber to continue to take appropriate steps and make progress on fighting the public hazard that pornography presents. Now here we are 6 years later. That progress is being realized with this bill by addressing the public health hazard of pornography. And I believe that just shows that these resolutions are not without impact. Certainly we had one resolution on Texas too today that we just passed. And so that's why I voted yes on Senate Bill 394, and will ask that my remarks are sped across the journal. Thank you, Mr. President.
With a further explanation, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. An explanation vote on Senate Bill, what is it, 32, 23? 23. Thank you. You know, misunderstanding of alternate assets seems to be prevalent. It proves why we want professionals investing money. The pros of alternate investments are that they are not necessarily correlated to the stock market, which gives them immense diversification benefits to our KPERS employees across the state. Their downsides are that they have higher fees and they're hard to get into. They can be liquid, but they have high returns, and they can be low risk. So I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. And if I can have my word spread.
Ordered. Further explanation, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on Senate Bill 394.
So ordered. Any further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Having voted in favor and none opposed, the passage of Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 394, Senate Bill 410, and Senate Bill 360. 39 having voted in favor and none opposed to Senate Bill 414, 38 in favor and 2 opposed to Senate Bill 142, 24 in favor and 13 opposed to Senate Bill 23. These measures having reached a constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills, concurrent resolutions, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 515 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning sales taxation. Senate Bill 516 by Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning elevators. Senate Bill 517 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning energy. Senate Bill 518 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 519 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning post-secondary education.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 515 through Senate Bill 519. Reports of standing committees, clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 339 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 338 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 340 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 345 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 356 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 398 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 405 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 339 be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 365 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends Senate Bill 333 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 424 be passed, and because the committee is of the opinion that the bill is of a non-controversial nature, be placed on the consent calendar. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends Senate Bill 103 be passed.
Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2499, House Bill 2561, House Bill 2588. House Bill 2499, an act concerning traffic regulations. House Bill 2561, an act concerning financial institutions. House Bill 2588, an act concerning electric public utilities.
Introduction of original motion, Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution 1740 by Senators Holscher and others. A resolution supporting the admission of Washington, District of Columbia into the Union as a state of the United States of America.
This constitutes introduction of SR 1740. Are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm late, but I just wanted to say happy birthday to Senator Clays. It was on February 13th, and he doesn't want us to sing to him, but happy belated birthday. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a reminder, Senate Public Health will be meeting at the rail right after the gavel.
Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means Full Committee will meet at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 9 a.m. Friday, February 16th, 2024.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.